All right. Good morning, everyone. So let's look at some of the stocks which are actually moving. So we've had a pretty big move on SXTC going from 330 to almost 7.91. That's almost like 100%. And then we have INLF, which also went from 270 to 7.37, which is almost close to 300%, I'd say. And then we had Chai. Chai, it had made some moves last evening, but then not a lot this morning. But currently, these have all pulled back a little too much. But it looks like SXTC wants to curl and reclaim the high. In terms of the daily levels on SXTC, I think the next level to watch out for would be 11.12, but the much bigger level is around 20. Right, so if it actually shows some momentum, it's a super low float at 748. Doesn't seem to have any news based out of China, so it could be one of those Chinese runners again. ZCMD seems like, yeah, ZCMD's chart is not something I'd be trading. You see all these wicks straight from 314 back to 215. And on the 10-second chart, it's got some pretty decent drops. It's like a gradual drop, but still not the greatest of charts. So not really interested in that. So let's be patient for SXTC. The key level to watch would be the break of 570. 572 to be precise, the high of this candle. So if SXTC breaks this level and holds, that would be the point where it's worth taking a trade at this point of time. Or if it comes down and touches the 20 EMA on the 5. The reason why on the lower side that would be the level is because if you look at traders basically are creatures of habit. So if you look at what has happened in the past, every time it has come and touched the 20 EMA, it has bounced up. So it would be a good little basic trade if it comes down. And on the 1 minute chart, it tends to like break below the 20 EMA, and that would be a level to take a trade again. But until then, no trades on this either. So trading is a lot like hunting, where you just sit and wait until the right opportunity shows up. It's not the number of times you actually trade. It is that every time you pull the trigger, you end up making money and not losing money. That should be the goal. So let's just be patient. But I like the overall stock SXTC. It does not have crazy spreads. I like the curl that is happening over here. Just want a little more momentum to pick up. So right now it's around 6:30. More traders are going to come in. So if we don't have any other stock that is taking the limelight, it would be a good candidate to actually bounce and curl and go and probably try and reach the high again. So the high is about $2 away. So with about 1,000 shares on trading, you could possibly make about 400, 500 because I don't expect to catch the whole move, right? So that's how traders end up losing money. What you do is you try to get in, and if you're profitable, you try to take the profit out. I understand that a lot of traders say add to your winners. I get that. But in my experience, initially you'd like to build some cushion by taking some base hits. And once you have built some cushion, maybe you could, try the whole adding to your winner strategy. So all of these, you know, little icons which tell you that hey, this is on a streak, and this is up by certain percentage. So this is in this one streak where it just kept going up. It went, I believe, by about 7%. But I want to see a little more volume come in because compared to, let's say, what happened in the morning, there is a little lesser volume. Yeah, I want more people to start trading this before I even take a trade on it. Okay. The other thing I'm noting is all the 5 minute candles, they haven't broken the previous 5 minute candle low. So that would be another way to kind of take a position for a base hit, like maybe just 10 cents on about 300, 500 shares, 50 bucks. Um, Pretty decent base hits, if you ask me. So on this side chart, we see AHL is having some level of interest, and then you have CPHI. But yeah, these pretty much don't really have a lot of trades on them. So let's just either wait for this to break this level or another stock to probably show up on the scanners with brand new news. All these Chinese stocks, they had no news and they just ran up like crazy. So gotta be patient. So SXTC is coming down to the $5 level. So it would be a decent point to take like if you're on 1,000 shares, you could probably scalp about $100 or $200 on this. See, every time it comes close to this 20 EMA, 20 EMA was around 490. 483 to be specific. So you could have taken that bounce. Let's see if it wants to retest that level. Yeah, super 10 volume. Let's wait for something to actually move. I'm just gonna go on mute until then. So let's just, for now, click the auto follow on. So it'll tell us when something is actually moving. Let's check BDRX. There is some movement. It's gone from, but I don't like the volume profile. Like if you see, there's a lot of selling over here. So the only trades I'll take is if it actually breaks to 60 and keeps going. That's the only time when I'll actually take a trade on that. So here you can see on SXTC, it's trying to bounce off the 20 EMA for 88. It would have been a good scalp. Let's see BDRX, because this is something which has just started moving. Not a lot of volume. The highest 10-second candle is about 22,000. So let's be patient. So there's the tape. Tape is moving faster. That's a good sign. There it is. Wow. That was a nice move. Let's see if it can reclaim. Let's stop the auto follow on. Okay, there was no continuity. Okay, I'm taking a trade. I'm in a 289. Okay. Let me add to it. I'm just trying to break even now. Okay, sold half, sold more. All right, so the first two cells were a winner. The next cell, so the level it needs to hold is 236 because that is the previous candle's low on the 1 minute chart. So if it can hold that level, I like the volume that came in. So it's a new fresh 5 minute candle. So let's wait for the first 1 minute candle to decide whether it wants to go up or if it wants to like keep selling off. It is holding, which is a good sign. So the people who got in are holding and not selling. So let's wait for the momentum to come in. But the problem though is on the 1 minute chart, this is a really high volume sell candle. So that is going to dissuade a lot of the 1 minute chart traders. So on this tool, you can actually set the sounds based on the different streaks. You have the streaks for the lightning, you have the streaks for the rocket, and you also have things for VWAP touch. Let's close it though. See, although it is going up higher, I'm still not super convinced I should get into the trade for the pure reason that the 1 minute candle was a big red candle. On the daily levels though, this was the pivot that it broke, right? High of this candle was 3.14 and we broke it. So unless it wants to break this pivot at 3.76, and the other thing is it broke the 5 minute candle and it pulled back. So I'd wait before I enter another position, but it was a $91 scalp. This is obviously on the simulator. You can see your closed positions over here. Let's be patient. Yeah, the nasty drops. Not a big fan of that. But every time it has touched the 9 EMA on the 1 minute, it has bounced. So let's see if the 5 minute candle can actually hold. You know what? I'm probably going to set up the volume profile on this on 5 minute chart. And on the volume profile, I don't really want the POC lines, just the value area lines, just the buy sell split. So this kind of gives you an idea of where most of the traders have taken a position. So if it is above that, it is safe to enter. If it is actually below the point of control, I tend to call it the point of control because this is where most of the traders are in. So if it is about that, most of the traders are in the green, so they would be a little more, uh, aggressive when it comes to taking a position, or more willing to take a position. If it's below that, people are trying to just sell and get out. That was a real explosive move, but then it gave all its gains back and is on the downside now. So I'd be curious to see if we can actually curl again. So this is a UK based company. So no other trades on BDRX for now. I mean, even this move from 240 to 319 was a nice move. But again, the problem was that this high, sell candle kind of threw me off, and I really did not want to take the trade. The problem is once it's below the control line, a lot of short sellers are going to get aggressive and then they're going to keep adding to it. Okay, let's see INLF. Point of control line for INLF is 462, which is the highest volume. How is this XTC doing? I'd say not bad. Like, this is the typical level where it has bounced off from, so it could be worth a trade. No, it just lost that level. And on fairly high volume too, about 20,000. So, not really interested. So this seems to like bounce off the 200 EMA on the 1 minute over here, but then has it done it in the past? Not really, so no. So don't really have any past historic data to suggest that the traders are looking to see for a bounce from the 200 EMA on the 1 minute. So I'm not gonna touch it. Right now, the most traded stock is SXTC, and it's on, going on the downside. So not really interested to take any more trades. ZCMD, interesting looking chart. I want to stay away from this. This looks like a porcupine's back. So unless it wants to like break and hold above, I'm not even interested in this. The problem with such a low float, the float is just about 90,000. As someone taking a 40,000 share or 30,000 share position is immediately going to shoot it up, but then when he sells it, it just comes straight down, looks like it. For me, the float sweet spot is anything about, I'd say, close to a million to between about 10-15 million. That's the sweet spot. Anything about 20 million, I tend not to trade them because, uh, they trade super sluggishly. So about 10 minutes to 7 a.m. So that's when most of the traders come in. Let's be patient. In terms of the volume, the most traded stock is obviously the CMD. No, INLF. INLF has the most number of shares traded. Wait. I believe Chai from last evening has also had more number of shares, but it's a penny stock. And then you have ZCMD, and then you have SXTC, and then INLF. BDRX pretty much gave up all its gains and is probably going to make a new low. If it comes close to 160, I could probably look to take a dip trade on it. It's a super risky and will only work when your share size is super small. Like about you could get away with the trade if you're trading with about 1,000 shares. Maximum I would say is you can look at the tape and you can see the maximum positions there. Cust. So this has started to move. I don't like the chart though. I don't really like the chart. Like even on the daily charts, you'll see it pops and then it drops. I don't see any news on it either. Hmm. Let's see if the 5 minute makes a new high. Anything about 1.25 and above, I'll probably take a trade. The high is 1.38. So that's about a 13-cent goal that you'd be looking at. Not too keen on it. It has to hold 1.15 though. The sell candles on the 10-second are not super aggressive, so that's a good thing. There's pretty decent volume that came in on this candle. And I don't mind. We have about 4 seconds left on the 1 minute candle, so it's going to be a red candle but on a lower volume. Hmm. So I've seen that after like a big move, back to back on 2 days where you had like 1,000 plus runners. Sometimes, the next day or the week following that, you don't really have a lot of clean big moves. I don't know why that happens, but possibly because a lot of traders see that, hey, things are moving a lot and they try to come in and they end up taking losses because they go super aggressive. Don't really know. So, but let's just be patient. We're gonna trade only the best stocks that are moving. All right. This was a complete round trip. It was only up by about 20%, I'd say. I'd probably take a trade if it goes into the 0.95s. Again, with these dip trades, which are going down to the bottom, you can only do these. You can only pull these off with like smaller share size of about 1,000, 2,000. INLF, SNTG. Hmm. SNTG had a decent move from 2.38 to 4 yesterday. Again, a China stock. The volume is kind of sparse. So I typically don't even look at the charts for the most part unless they either have the rocket showing up or the lightning. But a lot of times what happens is by the time, these symbols show up, sometimes things could be moving really fast. So what I try to do, I try to combine the apex attention, the top of the apex attention with the actual moves that are happening over here. So that's your best bet. And I'd like to see a higher number of the on the trades. Anything above 50 is where I would even consider taking a trade on this. So this panel, Apex Attention, pretty much tells you which are the stocks which most of the traders are looking at and which they're trading currently. I like to see a clear winner. And you have your float and your volume right next to each other. Okay, so INM. Okay, that's a massive move. Whew, crazy, insane. Let's wait for this 1 minute candle to actually either make a new high or totally completely lose it. I would be interested in taking a trade close to like 345. It's a much bigger red candle on the 1 minute that's forming. Unless it can, it still has 20 seconds on it. Unless it can, reclaim the $5 mark. Yeah, it was a really high dollar red candle on the 1 minute. I like the fact that it's holding four. Let's see if it continues to hold four. It does. It's got like 2 minutes on the 5 minute chart, about 3 minutes. I want to see it make a new 1 minute high before I even enter a trade on this. See how it made a new 1 minute low? So that's a sign that, hey, careful on this. That was an explosive move. Went from 180 to $5 in less than 20 seconds. Max to max 30 seconds. I want to look at levels where it's bouncing off of before I can actually convincingly take a position. I'd be interested in this about 450 now. I want to see it make like a fresh 1 minute high. The problem is on the 1 minute, there's a lot of sell volume, right? Extremely high sell volume over here. So that's not a good sign. You want to see consistent higher volumes show up. But one good thing which I'm liking, which I believe could be a potential for a curl, is the fact that it is not completely selling off and not going negative. But I'd still want to see a 1 minute, candle making a newer high before I even get interested in taking another trade. I think a good spot would be around 295 to get in for a quick 20 cents bounce, because that's the 1 minute 9 EMA. But man, this thing wants to keep going down, huh? It's too risky. Let it settle down a bit. Traders who just jumped in, some of them are underwater. So let things settle down. But I do believe if it can hold the $3 to $4 level today, it's going to be one of our biggest movers. Patience. There's a 23 seconds to the next 5 minute candle. So since this 1 minute candle is much shorter, you can see the next candle over candle on the 1 minute is much more likely. Four seconds to the next 5 minute candle. 347 is the level to watch. Okay. There's a big short taking a position at 350. If it can break and go beyond that, game on. It has to break 350 though. Has to break 350 and hold 313. Okay, there we go. You know what? I'm going to take a quick bounce trade of 222. Okay, the bounce was not convincing. I made like 30 bucks on it, but that was dangerous. That was really dangerous. You know what? This volume profile is actually good, but it's kind of overlapping with the charts over here. So I'll probably spend some time trying to see why that's happening. CPHI, which was the crazy move from yesterday, went from 80 cents all the way to $19. Insane move, right? But then the move has happened. There's a lot of bag holders there, and the best trades are behind this. Unless it can show the same amount of strength, I am not even interested in taking a trade on this. That's actually impressive considering, it was from yesterday. But the problem is, it's on the backside of the move. Plus, it's a little more on the expensive side for me. $8, $9. I stopped trading around like 15 is the maximum at which I'll trade. So interestingly, for INM, I think the level to break would be 350. If it breaks 350, you could possibly, look to go long on this, but at this point of time, the chart is super bearish. Super bearish. The place it actually bounced off of was the 9 EMA on the 5 minute chart. So it's still in play from a 5 minutes point of view, but this red volume on the 1 minute chart kind of kills it. See, when I'm trading, as soon as a stock loses the top apex attention, I'm out. If it is having a really high sell volume on the 1 minute, I'm out. If it has a really high sell volume on the 10-second, I'm out. because the goal is not to catch the whole moon, right? People would possibly look at it and say, if I had 10,000 shares at 1.66, and if I sold it 5.53, that's never going to happen. That's unrealistic. That's how people end up losing money. And that's what makes traders unsuccessful. The goal is not to have the whole pie, but to take a slice, just a little slice of this pie, and be profitable. So you notice when I actually enter the trades, uh, let's look at the trades I took on INM. So you will see buy side, sell side. Interesting that it's showing the trades like this. So it is grouping all the trades of INM together on the buy side and all of them on the sell side. Interesting. Anyhow, I will probably take a look at it, when I'm not trading. But right now, CPHI. Interesting that it actually, managed to recover after coming back to the VWAP and reaching the previous high it had made, about 9.23, but did not hold the level. And it's on the back side. Sorry, I was caught up with something. INM. Interesting. So it went from 1.84 to 2.60. So I'd be interested about 2.81, honestly. But then I would want to see it make a new 5-minute high. It's forming a little cup and handle on the lower side, but it's sold off a little too much for my liking. So let's see. I would be patient and see. The goal is probably $3 for the VWAP. Even if you try to take a trade on this, I wanted to, create a new 5 minute. I wanted to create a new 5 minute high. That would be the safest entry. But I do like the fact that there's consistent back to back solid green candles on this. And we are actually at the point of control in terms of the shares. We still have like some bag holders from here. So that's going to be additional selling pressure. The other thing I like about it is it's got a high number of trades on this going, and it's at the top of the apex attention. I think the next 5 minute candle is probably going to, break and create a new high on this. Let's see. Patience. Oh, I should have. I wanted to use my 2K challenge account for this. Dear. You know what? This is the 2K challenge. I'm trying to make about 10,000 in a month on the sim account before I actually start live trading. It also gives me time to work on this because a lot of time I spend building this. So I like the fact that it created a new high on the 5 minutes. Okay, it broke three. I want to see it hold three. It is holding three. That is a good sign. On the daily levels, what are the key pivots? What's the high of this? High of this is 550. We broke this pivot as well. So the next pivot is 7.98. AEHL, what's it doing? Huh. Not worth trading that. I don't like this particular sell candle in the 10-second chart. All right, I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll be back in 5. All right, so 7 minutes to 7:30. So let's wait. So any trades on INM are going to be about 3.11. It's forming a nice wedge on the 1 minute. So if it breaks 3.02, um, that's a 3.11. So this is the level to watch for. That would be a decent place to take a trade. See, things like ADVB, I don't really trade them because there's not a lot of volume to this. It's a higher dollar stock, but then it's not something I would trade. Okay, let's see. We got 7 seconds on this 5 minute candle. And if it breaks 311, 312 is the. I want to see where this 1 minute candle is going. So you will notice on the 1 minute chart, every time it touches the 9 EMA, it tends to bounce. So when I say it tends to bounce, what it means is there's a higher probability that it might, but it's not necessary that it needs to. This could be a good spot for a dip trade. I want to see if it holds. It is holding. But the problem is it did not bounce off pretty strongly. So, these dip trades, they got to be instantaneous. Like you see the dip and you try to catch, you pretty much are, catching a falling knife. But then once you get in, if you don't see it bouncing off immediately, you need to get out. You need to immediately get out. Okay, so 2.43 would be the 9 EMA. 2.5 would be a decent place for a bounce. Too much selling coming in. ADVB, on the other hand, seems to be holding its level. I think it wants to break 10. ADVB wants to break 10. The problem with me is at this point of time, the attention is dispersed. It's dispersed between ADVB, INM, and ZCMD to some extent. So you can see the number of people who are trading this are pretty much equal. So you never know when they're going to shift to the other chart. So it's a little dangerous to go and take a position anywhere. WNW. Ooh, Jesus. That was a nasty drop. It's a good dip trade over here. I could actually, you know what, I would possibly take a trade over here. So the target would be around 263, 250. The target is to 270 over there. That's a super risky trade. I don't have a lot of cushion on my, 2K account, so I'm not gonna. Would have been a 10-cent gain. See, I would try to get in, and then if it doesn't go up immediately, I'll get out. I'm not gonna hang around there. And again, these trades, the goal is to use like a smaller size. If you go bigger size on these dip flushes, Your jump comes from the fact that the shots that that took a position are trying to buy back and jump out, right? That's the goal. So when the shots are covering, you are pretty much selling to them. That's the idea behind these, like sudden flushes. I'm being a little cautious. INM is the one which is still at the top of the apex attention, so it's again a split between INM and ADVB. So I'm gonna be super careful. I'm gonna turn off the autofollow. ADVB has the most attention. Interesting. Interesting. I believe it's from somebody taking like a really big position over there. But you see all these candles where it tries to break it and then it drops off. It tries to break it, then it drops off. It tries to break it, then it drops off. And also the spread on this is about 15 cents to 20 cents. I'm not a big fan of that. It's probably gonna break 10, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, so if you want to take a position, now would be the time. I'm not going to. Percentage wise, it's just not worth the risk for me. Wow, that was an impressive move. Went from 930 to 1076. That was an impressive move. On the daily chart, let's. So the next pivot is around 1183, and then we have some really big pivots around 13. So 13 would be the level I believe it is going to chase. But again, on this 10-second chart, I don't really like the selling. Treb has some news. I'm not too keen on trading this at all. The good thing is it is holding around the 1050 mark. Don't like this 10-second sell volume on this. But it's holding. Maybe 10 would be a place where you can possibly no. The sudden flushes you could kind of get in, but then see my sizes on the shares. My control 1 is about $1,500. Control 2 is about $3,000, and control 3 is about $4,500. So if I take a position with $4,500, I have about 450 shares. And if it suddenly drops like 50 cents on me, I'm down 250 bucks. So the risk is just not there for me to justify the trade. One good thing going for it is it has managed to clear both the 200 simple moving average and the exponential moving average. I could have been a little more aggressive on INM, but it just drops so fast that I did not have the confidence to like go in back to back on the trades on this. It's still holding this level, which is interesting. $3.12 would be the level to watch out for if it breaks that. 3.11, 3.12. That's when it's worth taking a trade. You see how it's bounced off of the 9 EMA on the 5 minute here and then over here? Let's just be patient. You're gonna have more opportunities. We still, are just 30 minutes into the actual trading hours because that's when most of the traders, come in to take a trade. So one thing that I've noticed which has changed after, they kind of removed the day trading rule, the minimum account requirement, was that the dip trades that used to work before no longer work, right? People, it's either you kind of join the momentum, and the drops which come after the momentum is over are kind of brutal. Like they're really big drops. Like for example, this drop went from 349 to 2 in 1 minute candle, and if I look at the biggest drop on the 10-second candle, so it went from 297 to about 270. That's about 27-cent drop. So on a 1,000 share position, you're looking to lose about 270 bucks. And on a $2.50 stock, a lot of people will have about 3,000, 4,000 shares. Unlike me, because I'm trying to trade realistically, the way someone who's starting out trading, I take a super small position. So you can actually see those positions in the sim settings page, where you can go to the hotkeys and you will see my buy positions is $1,500, $3,000, and $4,500. So at no point of time will I ever take a position greater than, let's say, $5,000 or $6,000. So yeah, so I try to trade it realistically without going really big sizes, because I'm trying to make about, you know 10% on the accounts. I've This is about, on the $2,000 account, this is about 5%. The goal is to make about $200 today, and maybe, if it's a good day. Okay, so our candle is about 2.96. It has to break that. Coming back to what I was saying, the goal is to, make enough where people could consider trading to be, a viable form of income. Um, but before you actually trade with real money, it is super important that you actually, you know, become profitable on a simulator like this. The most important thing is discipline. Like, see, trading, once you take a position, you try to take a position on a stock which has the highest probability of going up. That's one. The next thing is, if the trade does not go in your favor, right, you have to cut it. You have to cut the loss as soon as possible. I like this high volume green candle. I'd like to see it followed up by another high volume green candle, and I'd be interested in taking a position then. I like that. I do like that. I don't like the third 10-second candle on it though. Generally, I like to see three back-to-back green candles on the 10-second chart. So the problem I see over here is it broke the previous 5 minute candle's high and it couldn't hold that level. So any trader who's trying to take a position is not confident now. I see a lot of buying on the tape, but the stock price is kind of stuck there because the selling is coming in like large bursts. But you're coming back to, how you manage your risk. First, be patient. It's like a hunt. You don't, pull the trigger until you see an opportunity in front of you. So, in trading terms, you don't take a trade unless the odds of the trade working in your favor looks super high to you. Number one. Number two, if for whatever reason you take the trade and it's not going your way, right? Get out. You can always get back in. That's the whole point of it. Half of trading is not losing money. And how do you not lose money? Is by taking the best possible trades and not holding positions where you're actually in the red. And a lot of beginners tend to average down. So average down probably would work with larger stocks, when you're swing trading, where you build a position as the stock is dropping, a big name, maybe let's say Nvidia or AMD. But then in stocks which we day trade, which are like super low floats, these never tend to do well. These never tend to do well. Like they'll have these bursts of momentum and then they just keep dropping. Like for example, if you, probably bought it over here, you're like hoping that it'll recover. It's not going to recover. It's going to keep selling off and off and off. The idea is to, cut the loss. So I had a friend of mine who always used to say, either you got to cut your finger or you got to cut your arm. So it's better to cut your finger and take a small loss than to hold something and let it go against you for a long period of time. For one, you take a bigger loss. Number two, it's a bad habit and it's going to affect your psyche. Trading is also about confidence, so it's going to kill your confidence. So it's better to just take the loss and forget about it rather than let it fester and you're hoping and praying that it goes in your favor. Just cut the loss. Oh man, this is struggling to hold three, like struggling to hold three. What it needs is like a really big trader, someone like Ross, to come in and push it about three so the shots start to cover. Super slow trading day today. So the cluster is about 3.11, so I'm going to wait. I'm not even going to take a trade until then. We have about a minute left on this candle, so let's be patient. I like the fact that it's holding this level, but it needs to break it. If it does not break it, let's say in an hour or so, traders are going to lose interest in this. At this point, it is our highest gainer, which is around 95%. Okay, some volume coming in. That's a good break. Needs to hold and pull ahead. Needs to pull ahead. That's a good move. Okay, wait for the next 5-minute candle. And this stock is fairly tricky. This stock is tricky. So the next pivot for this is around 3.54. Okay. We have some volume coming in. 3.29 is our immediate candle over candle. So we broke the high just for a brief second and then we pulled back. Now if we break the high again, I'd be interested in taking a position. I'm trading super defensive today. For good reason, we don't really have like really big runners. But then I could easily be scalping these. You know what? Let's try to scalp these. Okay. Where exactly is my 1-minute chart? So that's what I use for the scalping. So the low is 3.15. On the previous 1-minute candle. And the 9 EMA is at 3.08. So anything below 3.15 to 3.9, I'd be interested in taking a position. That was a lot of sell volume, kind of stabilized. Okay. Watching the level 2, a lot of sell volume. It's holding though, so there is support. Okay. There we go. We're going to take the position there at 3.11. The goal is to sell it at 3.25. Okay, sold half there. Sold another half there. I'm going to sell more. Okay, this would have been the ideal position to sell, but okay. Made 90 bucks on that. Let's see. I did like the fact that, there was a sudden surge of volume from 3.09 to 3.23. But then, and what I like about this chart right now is the fact that it is on the apex attention list, and the rest of the group is far, far behind. So you can tell that everyone is watching this and this stock alone. So you have a better chance of getting a good trade in here. So this is the final 5-minute candle. So final 1 minute of the current 5-minute candle. So let's see, on the 10-second chart, you can see the sell volume or the buy volume. Volume has pretty much dried up. So if a big trader wants to come in, what's stopping the big trader from coming in is the fact that the stock has sold off a little too much from the highs. So from the highs of 553 to 319, it actually went as low as $2, right? Almost 187. So a lot of large traders don't really like that. So look at the borrow rate. So number of shares to borrow has gone down by 300,000, 250,000 roughly. So a lot of shorts have actually taken positions over here. Okay, I would be interested in taking a little scalp below $3. On the 1 minute, the 9 EMA is 3.11, which is very close to the current levels. But when I'm trying to take scalps, I try to take them off sudden dips. I will not take it just because it's at a level, because there hasn't been any movement and nobody has showed me their hand. Like if somebody is selling suddenly, I'll probably take a dip there. But then if it's just holding a level, I might not take a position at all. So for me, 3.03 would be a place where I might take a position. I'm taking a position there. Ideal position is 3.02. I'm taking a smaller position because I'm not super confident. I'm gonna give it a little time because I do feel it is going to try, and because it did not break the previous 5-minute low, it is going to try and test 3.31, but it has to hold 3.03, the previous 5-minute low. If it breaks 3.03, anything under anything under 3 would be a nice place for a dip trade. Let's see. Okay, this 1-minute candle closed. We have a fresh 1-minute candle, and it's going up. Okay, there was some selling coming in. That's not a good sign. Okay, we broke. I'm waiting to add a little big under 3. When I say big, it's going to be my control 3 hotkey, which is going to add about 4,500 worth of shares. Okay, there we go. So my average is 3. The goal is to sell it at 3.5. Okay, I don't like the fact that it's not bouncing. I'm going to get all out at 3.02. Okay. That was a risky trade. You know what? I'm going to take a position over here. It's half my size. In a 2.95. The goal is to sell it at 3. The reason why I'm taking a position here, it's right at the VWAP. So it's a support. It's right at very close to the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. And okay, take another position there. I'll probably end up losing everything that I made. I'm in at 2.90 with about 2,000 shares. Let's give it a second because we are right at the 9 EMA on the 5 minutes. It's a very strong support. So, but this was not a good trade. You see all the selling coming in, it is holding. I might give back everything I've made. I'm going to be patient. I'm gonna be patient. I'm waiting for it to go to 2.95. The target is 3. The target is $3. Okay. I'm going to sell half of my position just in case because I was in big. I was in with big with the bigger size. We got 46 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. The target is still a retest of 3. One good thing is this is still, you know what, I should sell. I'm gonna take another half position so I can sell it midway. If this 5-minute candle does not break to 80. I'm going to sell the remaining at 286 because it did not immediately bounce off the 5-minute low on the fresh 5-minute candle. So whatever direction this 5-minute candle is going to take the first 1 minute, it's going to be a violent reaction. So, all right, all right. I'm going to sell half more. So this is what I was talking about is either cut your finger or you lose your hand. I was in pretty deep, right? I was in pretty deep. I was in the ditches. I'm getting out. I was in pretty deep. I had a really big size for my account, which is about 2,000 shares. And the stock had gone down on me about 10 cents. That's $200. That's all I had made the whole day. Right? So masks showing up with some news. Had a big 10-second candle and then just kept selling off. Not interested. AEHL, not interested. ZCMD, not interested. Why is this chart loading up like this? So that's how I lost about, $20 or $15 on it. But overall, I do believe I managed to kind of, mm, you know, I managed the trade pretty well. So the main thing on this is it has always hugged the 9 EMA on the 5 minutes and managed to give you a decent 10, 20 cent pops. Anyways, we have about 3 minutes to 8 a.m. So let's see if we have any movers at 8 a.m. INLF. INM. All right, 8 a.m. Let's see if something starts moving. We see Vito getting some volume. I don't like this 10-second candle. See, I'm looking to kind of don't like the fact that you have the 200 moving average over here on the daily. I'm trying to like weed out the stocks I don't want to trade. It's not about picking the stocks I want to trade. It's about weeding out the stocks I don't want to trade. This was a nice double bottom over here. Okay, Vito is actually moving. Let's look at this. So the target for Vito is 140 on the daily. Okay, I like the fact that it's selling off really hard. I'm taking a position at 1.04. And okay, I got to average down here. The goal is to sell it. I got to average down here. Holy smokes. Whew. That was nasty. Whew. That was nasty. Man, that was nasty. The headline on it seems to be bullish. I mean, I could just reset the account because at this point, I've pretty much blown out the account. All right, restart challenge. Again, and we're back. All right, I think I'm going to take a position on LABT around the $6 mark, right there. 6.13 is my entry. You got 2 more minutes on this 5-minute candle. This particular 1-minute candle is going to close in about 10 seconds. I'm going to double my position below 6. 6.09. So about 1,400 shares on this. And the goal is to sell it around 640. 630, I'll take out half. There is more selling pressure on this. The reason why I took a trade over here is because of the 20 EMA support on the 1 minute. I'm gonna give it a little time because my entry is pretty good. Okay, gonna take half out. And I'm going to wait for the next half around 640. If it breaks 632, it couldn't. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Okay, I'm taking half out. And another half here. That's a nice pop over there. That was a beautiful pop. Selling into that. Selling more into that. Now I'd be interested in any dips below 650. Like around the 640 mark would be ideal. There's about 17 seconds left on the 5-minute candle. So I might not take a position. I'll take a small position around 642. Average is 639. Okay, so that's good. I was hoping for a bigger pop there. I'm going to sell. Because the first 1-minute candle of a 5-minute candle is basically its decision in terms of if it wants to go higher or lower. I don't have a very big position, so 601 is where I might actually take. Let's see, okay, 617 was the low. I took a position there. So my average is 627. I was hoping for a better pop. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna sell half over there just to reduce my size and sell more over there. Sell more over there. I'm not super confident of this trade, so I'm just gonna. I'm holding a very small position of 77 shares, but it's holding this level, which is good. So the previous 1-minute candle high is 6.48. So that's where I'm looking to add. If it breaks that, it had a decent pop, but it did not break. Okay, there's the break. It's worth adding right now if it dips back below 650. Okay, added there. I'd be trying to sell it around the 660 mark. You know what? Hesitation. In and out. I wanted to break over the previous 10-second pivot right there. There it is. That's a good pop. So the reason why I'm a little aggressive over here is purely because the stock has made a pretty decent move, right? So the traders are going to be looking at it and They would be. I don't like the fact that the previous 1 minute high was broken. So I'm going to sell and get out. I have a feeling this could go much lower. 6.01 is again the place where I'd probably take a position. If you look at this 10-second chart, it's like following a channel. So you will see it dipped here. So the next dip was here, 6.38. So as long as you're about the 630 mark, you are good. I might take a trade here. The problem is the 1 minute is going to make a new low. So would have worked out. Could have taken it because of the channel. But the problem was it was so close and it wasn't bouncing immediately. I wasn't too sure if I should be taking the trade. That would have been a decent 20-cent pop. You know, I might actually take a trade below 650. Because the volume seems to be tapering down on the 1 minute, which is a good sign. And it is holding this level. So I might be interested. It's got like a minute left on the 5-minute candle. So if it gives me a dip here, I'll take it. It did not. Someone was interested in taking a position there. So let's see. Let's be patient. Let's be patient. Looks like it's going to break out. There it is. That's a break. There's momentum building on it. Is it going to keep going? Is it going to keep going? It's holding. It's holding. The problem is the next 5-minute candle is about to start, and I generally don't like to trade the first 1 minute of the 5-minute candle. But it's holding. Okay. Okay. I wanted to reclaim 716 again. The EMA is on the 1 minute is around 663. So I might take a position here. Around 681, 686. The goal is to reach 7. I don't like the fact that it's not bouncing. But the good thing is, okay, I'm going to sell half. I'll only manage to sell 100 on that. There's a big seller that came in, big seller. Okay, I'm going to take a position there. Okay, I probably have to average down here. I'm at 666. Trying to set some profit targets around 666. I want the bigger size. Okay, I got it. I don't panic sell. I try not to panic sell. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out completely. I don't like what you're doing there. You know what? This is actually not a bad place to add. This actually is not a bad place to add. Anything below 650, I'd be adding. The goal is to make $1,000 today. Let's see if we can get 1,000, get a 30-cent from here. Patience. Okay, it's the new fresh 1 minute candle. So I might add here. Small size. The reason is the 5 minute is actually following like an uptrend. So that was the only reason for the ad. So looks like it just wants to, you know, make a high around the last few minutes of the 5 minute candle. So I'm going to add over here. So my average is 647. The goal is to sell it at 655. Okay. I don't like the fact that it's not bouncing. The next time it even bounces a little, I'm going to get out. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Get me out. Okay. Get me out. Get me out. Okay. There we go. All right. So I don't like the fact that it wasn't bouncing at all. We've got a minute left on this a 5 minute candle. And it's been hugging this 9 EMA, 20 EMA on the 1 minute candle. So, but the problem is it's like an arc which is going down rather than up. So let me wait for it to actually push upwards. Okay. I think I can take a position around here. But the problem is it's been super, super bearish. It's been holding this level. I'd like to see it. Yeah, there we go. That's a nice pop. So this is what it's been doing. In the last 1 minute of the candle, it tends to kind of shoot up. I don't trust this at all. I just don't trust this. Alright, guys, I'm back. Let's see what's on the move. ZCMD. It's making a decent move. It made a move at 9.4. And now it's making a move over here as well. It's got pretty good volume as well, but then I would only be interested in a trade about 241. The reason why 241 level is important is because a lot of people that have entered short here, or as the chart was coming down, and once it breaks 241, they would be forced to cover. So that's the only reason why 241 is the level. Okay, it's very close to the level. I want to see it break and hold. Like break, dip back, or keep going, one of the two. I generally don't like to just take a trade um, on a candle that's just moving up. I wanted to kind of dip back, establish a level, and then go from there. Like show that the momentum continues and it's not like a one-off, a big trader taking a trade there. I do like the fact that ZCMD has 54, active trades on it. LABT is also something which LABT has higher number of trades, but it's on the move downside. It's trying to bounce off the VWAP. It has tried to do it once, like over here, if you see. And then it made a decent, I'd say, 30-cent move. And then it came right back to it. So I'm not sure if the company is selling shares. It's a USA-based company. It's in Florida, but yeah. I believe this was off the Trump's catalyst, imposing tariffs on foreign generic drugs. So the place where I'd be interested in taking a trade would be 5.13 because of the double bottom, but then the 5-minute candle closed. So this would be the spot. If it has to bounce, it has to bounce here. Otherwise, it's going to make a new 5-minute low. And yeah, it broke. So the next, yes, the support would be at 5.13, around that price. The reason why I say that, you have the 20 EMA around 511, and then you also have this double bottom at 517. So 530 would have been a good place to take a dip trade. Hi-Ho has some news. Ooh, that's nasty. That's pretty nasty. Look at the 1-minute candle. Went from 132 to 119, almost 117 in a 1 10-second candle. So someone with like 5,000 shares in it, that's suddenly down $500. How about LABT? Yes, it was a decent jump from 530 to 562. So if you were in it with like 1,000 shares, you could have probably gotten maybe 15 cents out of it. You know, you probably couldn't have timed 530. You'd have probably gotten at 537, so on and so forth. And as it moved up, so all these bounces, You're not trying to get like a bigger move out of them. What you're trying to see is if you can get like 20 cents, 30 cents, 15 cents, 5 cents, whatever it is. Like with 500 shares, 5 cents is 25 bucks, you know? So if you're someone who's worked in like customer industry, like McDonald's or something, that's more than what they make in an hour. So I'll still collect my 5 cents, 10 cents, because that's the only way you can remain profitable. People who look to, get a dollar or 50 cents out of a move, they tend not to be profitable purely because, you cannot actually predict with accuracy a 50-cent move. You can, to a high degree, predict, let's say, a 20-cent move or a 30-cent move. Like a jump from this double bottom is what I was looking for. It did not hit the target that I was looking for, so I did not take the trade. So the main thing in any trading is not to lose money. Whether you make money or not is secondary, but not to lose money is primary. All right, Codex looks like it's popping on some news. I'm not sure what, but ZCMD is at the top and it's broken that level, which is a good sign. Went from 240, that was the level we were watching, 240 to 250. But I'm not too convinced about it because look at this chart. It's like a porcupine's back. Not really interested. There's nothing happening in Codex. ZCMD, it could work out. It might. But the odds that it won't are higher. Yeah, see, I don't like this, but then the dip below at 230, you could possibly take it to ride it to 240. That would be a 10-cent winner, roughly. I could imagine taking that trade. So you will not see me trading and going for these big, massive $1, $20, 30, $1, $2 moves. I tend to stick to trading in the 10-cent, 20-cent range. Those are the winners I'm looking for. It broke below the 5 minute over here on the previous candle. So it's a sign of reversal for it. But then there is the VWAP. So you could look to take a bounce off of it. But, I'd have entered here. But since it did not jump, I would take like a 2-3 cent loss and get out. That's why it's like super important to like cut your losses and get out. Again, at this point, I might try, but since it was like a really big candle on the 5 minute which pulled down, I would not be interested in taking it. LABT seems to be gaining some momentum. It's trying to break the high of the previous 5 minute candle. So this would be a decent spot, like on a pullback. let's say to the 580s to take a trade to ride it to 6. You know what? Let's see if we can trade. But also, I try to avoid any trades between 9:15 and 9:30. So if it was earlier, I'd have probably taken the trade. You know, just for a 10-cent gain. That's all I'm looking to get out of it. Nothing big. A 10-cent gain. The reason is it did not break the 5-minute high over here, and it pulled back, and the 5-minute candle was still green. Um, and you can see this is going in a channel, right? So there are traders who would be interested to pushing it above, 597, right? So if I could get in around 581, 82, which would have been roughly around here, 85 as well, I could possibly, see myself selling it around 6, um, or 595, 594. It still has 2 minutes left on it, so this would also be a decent dip trade for like 5, 6 cents. I know a lot of people who trade with brokers with commissions, it doesn't make sense. So for you guys, it actually, the best thing to do is wait for it to break this level, right? And then pull back to this level. So it forms like a little cup and handle. And then your next profit target becomes this pivot at 727. And if it breaks that, your profit target becomes 780. So what's going right for this stock is if you look at it on the daily, there's a pivot at 781. So a lot of people who enter shorts are going to be looking at this pivot of 781, and it hasn't reached 781 quite, right? So you could possibly, see this going further up during the market hours because we have seen some crazy actions over the past 2 days, right? But this is a USA company, so it's the Chinese stocks that have been like super, super nasty towards the shorts these days. One good thing about today, though, I should say, is you only have one stock, which is moving. So everybody's focusing on this stock. So you could pretty much follow, like a trend. So if you look at this, it is moving in a channel. So let me show you. Where's the channels? Price channel. Okay. I guess. So let's take the center and let's try to add the channel here. And then you can mark the high and low of this channel roughly like this. Let me draw a better channel. It's a parallel channel, so I think this is much better. It just gives you two lines. So the good thing about this tool is it allows you to draw a line on one chart and it'll pretty much reflect on all the charts. So as you can see, the channel is held on the 1 minute as well as the 10 seconds. So you could take the trades every time it dips to the bottom of the channel, to the up of the channel. I'm not taking those because by my rule, I just don't trade anything between 9:15 to 9:30. I just don't do it. It's also because I haven't been super profitable in those in that particular window. So I try to like avoid trading it as it gets closer and closer to 9:30. I know some people like to trade during the opening, initial burst of the market. I don't. So what I do is I try to draw these channels, but I try to keep my lines super simple. If the channel no longer holds, I'll just get rid of it. I'll delete it. So the chart is not clobbered by a bunch of lines. So it is at the bottom of the channel. So if it holds this lever for a while, it could be a decent entry. So the whole trading is about references, right? What is a support? What is like a resistance is all a reference. This is not exact science. So you're trying to look at patterns that the other traders are trying, seeing at the same time. And you got to move with the crowd. So where more, number of people are, that's where you got to be. Because one, you'll have liquidity. Number two, more people are interested in, hitting the ask and the price is going to naturally go higher. So that's the idea behind drawing these trend lines and channels. These are not set in stone. So your goal is you enter, you see if it bounces. If it doesn't, if it is not doing what you thought it was going to do, you get out. You cut your losses. You gotta accept that you were wrong, and you need to move on. There is no point being stubborn and holding a position into a big loss. Like, for example, right now, I expected that this should have bounced at this point around 617. And since it's not doing that, I'm out, right? I would sell and I'll get out. I will never be stubborn with the price action. I believe right now it's waiting to drop because you see it is holding the 615 level, 613 level. It's just waiting to drop. And when it drops, it's going to look for the next support level, which is 602. You can take a trade over here at 602. And generally if it's like close to 6, I try to take a trade within the 90s region of the previous dollar mark. Like so here it would be around 595, 596, and then try to ride it to 605, 607. So these would be scalps. So you're not trying to get a dollar out of it. The max you're trying to get is like 10 cents, 15 cents. That's the only way you're going to be profitable. Let's see what SPY is looking like today. You're still close to the all-time highs. The concerning part with SPY is because of the recent new models coming out of China. the American AI industry is under a lot of pressure, and it's the AI which is keeping this trend going, right? So if America loses its edge in the AI sector, and a lot of American companies are honestly going to, Chinese models because they're much cheaper. So if the trend continues and China makes progress in the AI models and they become cheaper, you will see a lot of these valuations go down. A lot of the valuations go down. So LABT, so it bounced off the VWAP. Somewhere around 597, 596 is where it bounced off. And now, since this channel existed, this acts as a resistance. Not a really strong resistance, but it's something. So, but this channel no longer holds because it went out, it came back in. You might as well delete it. But that was a nice move. Like start from 6 all the way up to 665. If you could have captured maybe 20, 30 cents out of it, like for example, if you entered, let's say, around close to 6, you could have, easily, comfortably driven it. Like once you saw the volume come in over here at this point, 622, so that's 20 cents. You can wait and see if there is more volume coming in or going out on the next 10-second candles. If you see more volume coming in, you can hold the position, but I'd still sell half on about the 20-cent jump. 1,000 shares, you sell half, you make 100 bucks on 20 cents. And the other half you could probably sell around, once you're trying to like hit 636, another 75 bucks. So that's about 175, $180. All right, let's see. The market just opened. Let's look at what are the stocks moving. Wow, that was a huge, huge pop. 670, and a nasty drop. Look at that. 7.5.17 is the LULD, the lower halt level. Looks like ZCMD is on a move though. Not much. So I don't trade the initial open of the market either. Some people, with really fast brokers, they could attempt catching these dips. Like for example, when this dipped to about $6, right? This was the previous level where it had bounced off of, which is also where you have the VWAP. So you could have taken the trade, but I just don't do those trades. See, for me, if I have to take a dip trade, I would probably take it around 530. That's the place. But the problem is 514 is your hold down level. So when you take a dip trade around levels like the VWAP, it's generally for like 10 cents, 20 cents. This was almost like a 40-cent jump. But regardless, I don't trade the market opens. So it looks like ZCMD has halted up. So LABT around 6.03, 560. So it jumped off of the 20 EMA. That's where it jumped off of. I still see it like going about 7.81, but I don't swing trade, uh, or hold positions like other traders do. I like to scalp because I believe it gives me a lot of peace of mind, and I exactly know what kind of positions to get into and what kind of positions to get out of. I don't bet big on any stocks at all. Like, that's just not how I trade. So the reason why you see SXTC show up is because it dipped down to 163, but then it went up to 218. In terms of pure percentages, from 160 to 218, that's a big move. You'll see that's about a 23-24% move. I don't trade these reversals. I just don't. Like, I'll trade it if the news is fresh and the stock suddenly, spiked up and suddenly shot down, and it kind of starts to settle down around the lower of where it started. I'd probably take the trade. But then if a stock is just selling off, after the market opened, that's not a trade I would be interested in. Right now, everybody's watching LABT. Okay, this is a good place for a dip buy. The reason is it's a triple bottom. It's very close to the 20 EMA. But again, I don't trade the first 10 minutes of the market. I just don't. Like, I want all people who have these big market orders. Maybe the company wants to sell some shares after the massive move like that. I want all of that to be absorbed. And I want some kind of definitive direction in which a stock is moving before, I pull the trigger. So in terms of the borrow fee and the borrow rates, so for LABT, I don't think the brokers allow a borrow on this or shorting on this, but I might be wrong. So ZCMD is this is a Nasdaq listed stock, and it says it's going to open at 317, and it's eligible for the halt open, and it hasn't opened, which means it's going to be a 10-minute halt. So it halted at 9:31:30. So the next one, the halt opening time would be 9:41:30. AHL. It's a decent move from 60 to 82 cents. That's a decent move, but not really interested. Nothing really seems to be moving. Let's look at ZCMD. Is it about to open? Wow, looks like it's going to be a longer halt. YXT, there's hardly any volume on it, so yeah. There's 958 volume on it. That's insane. 80 VB is halted. So it halted at 1009. Um, no, it halted at 927. And looks like it opened about 1009 and then it dipped down to 991 and then halted up again. It's a very thin tape, so there's not a lot of volume on this.